Good evening. Tonight we're going to be doing some more Frontline, and this time we're going with Ninja because I have a feeling, a little sneaking suspicion, that having a lot of regularly easily accessible AoE like, I don't know, Gokamekyaku will be super handy for denying people the opportunity to take posts or points. Last week we happened to be on a stand and take posts, which meant that it was more important to have a job that could possibly win a 1v3, because that's the only way you could steal a post from 3 players. But this week it's going to be a lot more helpful to have some AoE attacks on speed dial. I guess Samurai had that too, but it would be boring to go twice with the same job, wouldn't it? Hey Pokeshack, how are you doing? Now, let's just queue up immediately. It's Onsal Hakair, and I'm pretty sure that people really like that one, so hopefully we get some fast queues. We finished 5.2. Nice! Oh, I can't remember what happens in 5.2. See if I can find it before we get a dungeon? A raid? Frontline, I mean. Oh, an Amnes is a Niter. Oh yeah. Artbird. The Nutbird. Or what? And the Star Shower. Right. That's really cool. I've been spending my morning Artburned. I spent my morning making that patch note reading that I posted earlier today. It was I published it as soon as I was finished, actually. Because I know that people like, if they look like, some people look forward to these things, and I know some people are looking forward to, like, a few people I guess are looking forward to my take specifically. And it's more helpful the sooner such a video comes out. Yeah, it wasn't the most exciting set of patch notes, since it was just, well, mostly just number changes, right? Mostly just number changes. I'm glad you appreciate it. Yeah, it's mostly just number changes, but we sort of knew that was what was coming. All we knew when 625 came out. Oh, that was really sudden. All we knew when 625 came out was that there was gonna come some balance changes in 628 at the start of next month, which is now. But we didn't know what they were gonna be, besides the fact that I believe they specifically mentioned that it was primarily going to affect like ranged jobs, and more precisely jobs that were really lacking something, like machinist, a little bit black mage, things like that. But it really, I have to say that Enochian change, that that really threw me off. Why? Why did they make it 21%? Also, hey Robert, how are you doing? Black Mage got a bump. I haven't been playing long enough to notice a difference, but it's nice to hear. Yeah, basically, I don't know how much you have seen of this thing called logs, Robert, but the reason why some jobs were that, like, socially people were complaining about certain jobs was that, for example, Black Mage is the strongest ranged job in terms of damage output. However, because of this thing that people call ranged tax, which is that being ranged is a utility, and utility costs something, and that something is typically DPS. For that reason, even though Black Mage has no other utilities than being ranged, their damage is lower than, I think, like Monk and Samurai. Of course Samurai, because he's melee and has no other utility, but the problem is that Black Mage is so far, or at least was so far behind, that, you know, maybe you would just choose a ranged job with utilities rather than one like Black Mage. That's not actually what happens. People play what they like, but that's part of the reason why it became a problem. And the simple fact that Black Mage got some buffs and, you know, jobs that are currently better didn't, is a good sign for the viability of the job. Ah, well, we got him. That's good enough. Back? I'm saying back. Then we go back. But I'm glad to hear that you Robert are experiencing that it's doing better. I've been doing some daily roulettes today, and I was in a daily raid, or a weekly clear of the current raid tier on normal, where there was one boss where we were 3 Reapers, and I say we because I was one of them, which made raid cooldowns really awkward. But yeah, 21, the magic number. Not sure what he intended to accomplish there. Oh dear. I didn't see that I was, it was a little difficult to see that I was crowd controlled, because right after the limit break you can't really move yourself with Ninja. But it seems like we got something going and prevented them from getting the point that was practically served up on a silver platter. Is that one of ours? It seems like it is. This might not go down well. Yeah, I had a feeling something like that would happen. Now that's a lot of damage. Okay, that's a lot of Sage limit breaks all at once. It's a little difficult to see where we can make something happen right now. We might be somehow on the unwitting losing team, even if we're not the furthest behind. No reason to use limit break there, it's better to keep it for later. Well, we're not in last place, so if we can get some battle highs going, then this will be fine. Oh, step out of that. Ah, I had a feeling that wouldn't count. But it okay, it did. This is a little wild. Can you guys see anything? I think I have my targeting incorrectly. There we are. Perfect time to do that, isn't it? Run. Darn it. I was really hoping. I mean, I am a ninja. I have a lot of tools to just leave. So I think maybe we will be fine. Maybe. I don't know if they realize that I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna walk. I don't care. Robert says I've been on. I'm guessing what you mean is that you've been on teams where you were practically like you were going to lose right now. That was weird. That was really weird. I saw the samurai limit break, but I'm pretty sure I pressed my limit break after and then I died to it. That was strange. But I'm guessing what you mean, Robert, is that you have been on teams where you were literally very obviously losing, like this is not gonna happen, and then you managed to turn it around with a massive comeback. I'm guessing that's what you meant. And I totally agree that that is possible, but recently I've seen a lot of matches where... and this is what I'm actually referring to when I'm saying that. While my team is, like, middle of the pack and not actually losing, that I'm saying that we might lose is maybe we are the team that the other teams are feeding on. That makes sense. Basically, this, if you can believe it. We don't get anything done because every time we try something, yellow team just beats us into the ground, and there's not much we can do about it because yellow team just has more battle high, which means I'm just gonna explain what battle high is to make sure everyone's on the same page. So this gauge you can see on my screen where I have 13 points is called the battle high, and what it does is when it increases, it every 20 points it increases the damage and healing you do, like everything, by 10%, which means that if you reach 100 you do 50% more damage and 50% more healing, which also counts recuperate, which means that suddenly you're healing for an impossible amount of damage every time someone tries to hurt you in the slightest. Which can make it very difficult for an enemy to beat you. And even if you had the most points on your team, or what am I talking about? Even if you had the most points of the teams, and as you can see, we're losing now. If you can't actually beat one of the other teams, even though they're behind you, they've been fighting all match instead of gathering points. So they have a lot of battle high. So instead of having points, all of their characters are completely unbeatable, which is very helpful, I would say. Ow! That was a lot of damage. I actually saw a picture, like a meme about this today, or yesterday, where the captain of one team says, "We're winning on points, just hold the nodes and let them fight." After which, like, extremely buff characters with the two other teams, like extremely bulky guys. Yeah, look at that guy, he has battle high 5, so he does 50% more damage than me. Look at this. You saw how I just walked away earlier. It was even easier for him. He hardly took damage at all. But yeah, these buff dudes from the other teams, each with a flag, like to determine that they are from the other team, of course. Then just comes over and beats up the guy, the small guy with the points. That's basically what I'm suggesting probably might happen. And for some reason, we're duking it out with yellow because they're ahead in points. And by doing so, we're basically feeding them more. That's possibly what's happening here. And most of what we can do is just fight, I guess. Now I have battle high 1. I got a pretty good limit break there. I didn't get any kills, I just repeatedly jumped on people and did 10,000 damage. Ah man, if only that was the ninja with battle high. I don't think it was. Has there been no fighting in the middle this entire match? But yeah, that is the reason why you can be doing pretty well in a frontline and then you just lose. Like, it feels like it comes out of nowhere, but actually you would have probably noticed that. It's really weird. It feels like every time my team tries to do a play, we just get denied. We can't even fight. I don't know why my team is so bad, and what it turns out is that it's not the team that is playing poorly. Something went wrong, and now the enemy is stronger than you. So it doesn't actually matter whether you're good or bad. The enemy is just automatically going to win an even battle. Hey Ralu, how you doing? Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get that 3rd place. Oh well. See? Yeah, I didn't do very well on my team either. but that's fine. That's the first match, and as we discovered when we were doing Crystalline Conflict with Ninja, Ninja is difficult. Rela's bad team this game. Well, as I was just explaining as you came in, it's not necessarily that the team is bad, it's a possibility that the team is bad, but it's just as likely that we just made a mistake early on because of Battle High. If one player on one of the other teams happens to get like 5 or 6 or 7 kills really early because they're lucky or really good, then they can potentially carry their team on their back, because no one expects that 30 or 40% extra damage, especially early on. So I'm not going to say that the team was bad. I don't feel I did that well, to be completely honest. But what matters really is that we learn what happened. Like, I was talking about how we were in second place. We had a very decidedly second place. We were doing well. Then I started to feel like it was weird. Yellow team, which was in first place, kept beating us. Like, we would try to take a point, and yellow team would just beat us on the point, which was evenly between us. It's not like they had a shorter distance from their spawn or something. So ultimately we would lose those, and then I start to notice, oh, there's a warrior that has Battle High 2, there's a ninja with Battle High 5. Like, the yellow team was stacked. Incidentally, near the start of the match, we decided to force a fight with yellow team near their spawn. We got the point, but I wonder if they got a lot of kills and we just happened to steal the point, and like get away winning the exchange because we won the point, even though the enemy, you know, got a bunch of kills, which gave them more Battle High. Robert says, if I ever wind up on your team, there will be a very clear reason why your team loses. No, Robert. You would have to do really terribly bad to be the sole reason why a team loses. So don't think like that. I don't think that one person can be the reason why a team loses. Don't be so worried. Because if you have that mental position that you're the reason why your team loses, then you might not feel super good about doing Frontline, and you don't have to worry about it. There isn't much at stake. The worst that can happen is that you lose and then you get a little bit less points. That's it. So don't worry about it. You have to be bad. Everyone has to start bad at some point. That's how you get better. So don't worry about it. Moses, I agree, Ninja, you kinda have to try hard to do damage and get kills, and trying to flank is a suicide mission all on its own. It's complicated, but we try to like do some sustained damage, see if we can get some kills, and in the worst case we can get some assists and help some others, and that's good enough. Also, hey Shadow Center, how are you doing? Frontlines is sure a mode in the game, indeed. Frontline is a mode. It do be like that. It do be one of the modes of the game. I like Frontline. And Shadow Cinder says, I miss Heavensward Frontlines. Being a sneaky ninja and just shadow stealing the points was fun. I heard, and actually I read somewhat recently, like just the other day, that before Stormblood, there was actually a deathmatch version of the secure map, which is the reason, the exact reason why maps in in Frontlines have subtitles is because there were multiple game modes for individual maps. I'm sure a lot of people would actually really enjoy a deathmatch mode. I just think that with the way that PvP is structured now, it wouldn't work that well, because most jobs in PvP these days are designed lacking something such that, you know, you are in a team that covers each job's weaknesses. That's why duels also tend to be either infinitely long or extremely short, because either one of the jobs just has the perfect counter for the other job, or they don't. And if they don't, then we're not finishing today. And also, I just noticed that I'm using the wrong HUD. There we are. Now I can find my limit break bar. Much better. Yeah, I think a deathmatch mode would be very appreciated by a lot of players, simply because I think there's a lot of people that do PvP that just want, you know, fight. They don't care that much about all these war strategies and points to capture and defending and all that. They just want to fight. The problem is that if it's 72 players, like all versus all deathmatch, or even just team deathmatch would also work, I suppose. Then you run into the situation that it's just gonna be one big murder party. I will cancel your limit break with my limit break. And I'll also kill you. Hi guys. Don't mind me. I think I made an oopsie. Not a whoopsie, but an oopsie. Just drop down in the middle of a fight. That's not smart. Also, red team is having a really bad day. Like a really bad day. Everyone's just partying up in their base. And then finally they see, oh, a grade 4 that we might be able to capture. And then here we come. That looks like a nice point. Maybe we should capture it. This is madness. And also I saw that I did the whoopsie. Let's be careful here. I can't see the samurai in question. Oh, I killed someone. Excellent. Oh, this is going a lot better. We're not like in a definite first place. We're in first place nonetheless, but just cast a little heal here, and then retreat through the enemy lines. Yes, that's a smart idea. Don't worry about it. I feel like that white mage is very confused. We might be in trouble. Yes. Do we have AFK? Someone asks if we have an AFK, but I don't think we do. What are you doing? I think we might have an AFK. It's always annoying when someone is just doing nothing, so the rest of your team suddenly has to work double time just to try and get a win because we're a player down. Huh? Weird. Okay. Ah, I didn't get to use my limit break before it timed out. That's a shame. Someone said regroup. Can we do that? Can we escape from this? Yes, we can. We can just leave. Or maybe not. Not without some casualties. Do you want to play with me? No? Okay. Wait, what? I got an assist from somewhere. Apparently. Stun. Assist. Yes. Perfect. That'll do. Shadow Synthesis Deathmatch would be nice to have back, but JP actually talked about having a Blue Mage Battle Royale mode. And that actually, I do remember we've actually discussed on streams before the possibility of Blue Mage in PvP, like off the back of this kind of discussion. I could remember that we had like that it was mentioned as like a mode idea, but I didn't actually remember what the premise was. And the premise being battle royale sounds genius. Like that's super that's possibly the best way that you could make Blue Mage function in PvP. Make it the battle royale job. Hi friend, you wanna play? Yeah, I'll just cast a heal on me. Looks like any of the spells that I wanna use aren't ready. You play with me. I want someone to play with. I'll take a Dark Knight. That's fine. I can make it work. And now it's getting a little wild, guys. One at a time, please. Ow. Oh. They didn't want to play with me. I found a playmate. Now we're dueling. I don't know why we're dueling, but we are. Look! I've got company. What will you do, ninja? Ah. Fair play. I didn't expect that. That was a bout and a half. The only reason why I'm just throwing out my limit break at times is because if there's nothing that I can kill in sight, then the best I can do is tag something with it. That way, if that person happens to die while the debuff is still active, then I'll get my limit break refunded, and then I'll get another few seconds to find a target to use it on. So it's better to get it spent than not, if I have the time to spend it. Oh, there's a... Wait a minute, I'm a melee, I don't take any damage. I don't actually care. Goodbye. Uh-oh. What are we doing, guys? Gentlemen. What's the play? I feel like we're just walking. Are we just running back to spawn? Blue team, you know there's a red team, right? You do know that, right? You are aware that while you're camping us, red team is taking the win under your noses, right? You do know that, right? Yoink. Bye. Yoink. Yoink. Oh, limit break. Interesting. Interesting. Do we get to play the game again? And we have Battle High 5. So a really weird thing with Frontlines in these days is that pretty much all melee take like 60% less damage for reasons. So you're standing there in a million AoEs and thinking in crystalline conflict concepts and thinking, I'm dead. And then you see that Mega Flare only does like 7 or 8k and not 18. Because that summoner does not have any battle high yet. Like that. Look at this! I'm not surprised if we're going to discover that red team has no battle high because they've just been stealing points and not fighting for them. We just ran in like, this is our points. And just vacated them. Like, out. It might be because we were outnumbering them, but the idea is there. I don't want to jump into that with my limit break, even though I could probably get that guy. Ow. Not sure what the blue team is doing. And Shadows Center says, did they do that because summoners were just nuking everything? Well, it's probably a combination of things. We discovered in New Frontline that if you were a melee in the very start of the reworked Frontlines, you pretty much just imploded if you got close to an enemy team because there would just be too much ranged. So there was no basically, melee wasn't viable because everyone was playing ranged, and everyone was playing ranged because melee wasn't viable. In an endless cycle, you can't get any melee players because ranged is too strong. So we just the only thing you can do about it is either nerf all ranged, but that doesn't work if you're trying to make, you know, the actual rank system that you want to weigh jobs by, Frontline Conflict, where it isn't a problem. Like, it isn't a problem there. So what they did was that they gave all jobs some sort of like survivability effect. All ranged take 30% less damage from everything, and all melee takes, like, I believe it's 60% less from everything. Like, actually everything. To, like, make it balanced. The weird part is that it means that you know that in PvP, when you click an attack that says 5000 potency or 6000 potency, it does 6000 damage. That's how it has always worked, right? But now it doesn't work like that anymore. Not exactly anyway. And then Shadows into this, so I can finally play Monk in Frontlines. Correct, and that's the win. I don't know if I did that well. Oh, 3rd place on my team in terms of damage, but I didn't do that well in terms of damage in total. I got the most kills, but I am a ninja, so who says if I'm deserving of all those kills? Who really knows? But yeah, you can play Monk in Frontline. You can absolutely play Monk in Frontline. You can play any job in Frontline. I actually think, like, before, like back in Season 1 of Frontline Conflict, I only played ranged jobs in Frontline exactly because of this issue. And I was a little bit scared of trying Frontline with melee, but we had a stream PvP evening where we were playing Paladin. We were going to play Paladin. Now, we took like 30 minutes in queue for Frontline Conflict. Apparently there was no one that wanted to play Cloud9. None at all. So instead we went and did some Frontline. And I had already determined that I was gonna play Paladin. That was gonna happen. So we went in as melee, which I don't normally do. And discovered that not only were we really, like, having a good time, but we were just not dying that much. We didn't take that much damage. It was somehow possible at times that you could just, like, take a deep breath as a paladin, because of all the self-healing you have, and just heal through damage, like 3 or 4 dudes beating away on me, and I'm just healing through it, because I'm taking only like 40% of the damage they're doing. And since then, I've discovered that melee in Frontline is really funny. So go ahead. Yes, Shadow Center, play that Monk. Do it. I know you can. It's so fun. I think the main problem that Monk is gonna face is that it's probably better on days where you have like those where you are standing on a point. So like Borderland Ruin, so secure. And I guess Field of Glory, because that's where you have to like just beat a point. And there's also things you can stand on. But Seal Rock and Onsal Hakair, jobs with a ranged jobs with a ranged attack, jobs with an AoE attack, I should say. Jobs with an AoE attack are going to have a much better time on these capture point modes like Onsal Hakair and Seal Rock, because if you don't have an AoE attack, you can just see like 3 dudes run up to the point that you're defending and realize that you actually genuinely cannot stop all 3 of them because you have to use a GCD to stop each of them individually. So they can just repeatedly try to capture, and you can't keep your focus on all 3 of them at once. They can just ignore you. But if you have an AoE attack, like a ninja or a samurai or a warrior or a paladin, or actually most jobs, there are a few that just don't have an AoE attack very often, or they don't have an AoE attack much. That might have a little bit of problems. But the worst that can happen is that you discover that you're having a harder time with the frontline that you're playing, if you're playing a job that you just like to play, rather than trying to like fix your job choice based on what might be good. However, you might also discover some neat trick that that specific job can perform. And the only way to do that is to go and do it anyway. Like, yeah, I know that this particular frontline might not be super good to be a monk because, I don't know, I don't have a lot of AoE attacks. Who's to say if that's a good thing? I'm making an assumption here. I'm not like a master at PvP. I'm just here to have fun, really. And then I am like good at coming up with ideas, and aren't we all, really? But hey, maybe you discover that monk is really good at something specific. And one thing that monk would be good at, doesn't monk have a knockback? Doesn't enlightenment, that kicks someone back 15 yards, right? Actually, let me just catch up on what you've been saying. Pokeshak says, sorry if I don't talk much, I'm doing my roulettes. I play monk in frontline all the time, but I don't do it too much. Hey Pokeshak, if you're enjoying the stream, that's what really matters. You don't have to be like super duper active to be part of the stream. I appreciate you're here. And Shadow Center says, let me see here, switch to ninja. Shadow Center says, I'm an old woman who hasn't tried melee frontline since Stormblood, so I was scared. Good to know I can follow my dreams. That's the spirit. Maybe you can actually work on getting the field commander code. Is that the one for getting like, is it 100 wins in a specific frontline? Or something like that? I think it's, isn't that? Bobject says, I think I'd never reached that commander code because I lose with 3rd place 90% of the time. Well, you have to start by losing and learning, and then you start winning. Like that's like, you have to start somewhere. You learn the tricks by watching others do the tricks. To some degree. Like, I discovered that Dark Knight can actually drag people off ledges with salted earth if they're really smart about how they place it. The problem is that the Dark Knight typically will also fall the distance that they're going to drag other players down. So you have to make sure that it is not a completely perfectly lethal fall that you're setting up a trap for. But I saw that in a random GIF the other day. Shadow Center says, but progress can at least happen now since I'm inclined to try. Exactly. Just boot someone off the cliff. Yeah, exactly. Machinist is good at that as well. Just use scattergun. Boot. Like, I think when we were doing, what's it called? Is that secure? The one with the big pillar in the middle? Where I believe it was a machinist, just knocked me and 3 other guys off a cliff. And he got his easiest quarter kill of his life. Boxing says, I play monk like a tank. I fight with 8 people. and run and make the other team lose time. Yeah, that is a pretty good idea. If you like to do that kind of shenanigans, you might actually find that Ninja is also really good at doing that. As you saw, you can dedicate both of your ninjutsus to just tanking. Just, oh, I'm just gonna apply shield to myself, that makes me run faster, and I'm just gonna give myself a heal over time effect. Just not gonna let you kill me. I also have a shield that I can apply regularly when I feel like it. So if you like to play in that specific way, then you might find that that Ninja is not a bad choice. Case in point, let me just get out of where I put myself. I was trying to get a kill, and then that kill disappeared right in front of my eyes. There sure is a lot happening here. Let me just put a dot on down, guys. Don't mind me. Ow. Oh, wait. All the ninjas probably have limit break right about now, because I do. Ah. That was an annoying time for him to use limit break. I didn't even realize he had it off. I'm not sure what he's doing. Was he just waiting for me to walk up to him just to do that? I think we're losing this this point, especially now that Blue decided to participate, and Blue has 500 points. Blue has 500 points. Why? What happened? I guess we just did a red versus yellow match for a good 2.5 minutes, and then discovered that Blue had taken over the entire map while we were fighting. I was specifically watching the Purify buff on them. I wasn't standing there trying to snipe the kill. If you use Purify and successfully remove a debuff with it, you become immune to all debuffs that Purify can remove for 5 seconds. So if I'm queuing up a stun, I need to actually check if it would work. Otherwise I'm just wasting it. And since I'm choosing between a stun and an attack, it's very crucial that if I'm choosing the stun, that it's actually helpful. See. Are we waiting here for the point? That's probably not a bad idea. Code is win specific and certain types of frontlines. And Monk is good at staying alive and making one objective die because you break shield. Yeah, so that's exactly it. One of the things that make Monk really good at getting away is probably the amount of health that it has, but actually Ninja only has slightly less. I'm just gonna use it. I don't know if he's going to die, but I'm definitely not finding someone else to kill instead. Looks like I accidentally spent my my ninjutsu. What are we fighting over? What actually are we fighting over right now? We're just fighting in the middle of nowhere for no points at all. Like, we were up there. What? So I got a kill by shooting my fireball at some rando up the stairs, and they happened to stand next to someone that died to it. I mean, that works for me. Fireball. That's a lot of players. Dun 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 dun. It's really problematic that it feels like blue team is just avoiding us somehow. I don't know how. It's like they're all up there. Exactly, Shadow Center. It feels like blue team doesn't exist, but they're winning. Somehow, they're winning. I'm guessing that they're just getting a lot of points next to their base. Now we're starting to reach the point where I'm getting kills because I do more damage than the rest of my team. So I just do the biggest number and then I get the last hit from that. Surprise! Okay. How? Leave? Escape? I can't fight with the mount debuff. But you can see this, suddenly blue is just hemorrhaging points because they probably don't have any battle high. So they're just there like, why is it we're getting killed so much? We were winning just before. Like we had in the first match where we were doing pretty well and then suddenly one of the other teams just went, and time's up, you're dead. Speaking of time's up, you're dead. Ow! Okay, fine, you're not completely clueless. Ow! Okay, so what is our team doing? What are we doing? Are we just ignoring blue again? What's the plan here? Okay, I got the last hit there. That was so much damage. The thing is, you have to keep in mind, everyone can see that I have a Battle High 5. Everyone can see it. So they see me, see that I might be an easy kill, and they go for it, because if they can get me, they can set back my team so much. Now, my game plan was to do this, but I don't feel super inclined to do it when I have that much battle high to risk losing. I think we might benefit from going for anything else but this. Kill steal! Steal kills from the enemy! Now that's a kill steal. Ah. I should have seen it coming. There was a black mage just staring us down. Hey man. How do you like those? How about some more of them? Yeah? Are we progressing elsewhere? Are we just hanging out in the middle right now? Hold this. So something's happening. Not much. This feels like a little bit of a stalemate. And you're out. Oh, stay above 50. There are other ninjas watching. This is ridiculous. So are we winning this exchange? After all this time, did we get it? Okay, we got it. We got the point. Now, we need to run to the other 5-pointer because blue literally let us have it because there was a new one. I'm pretty sure. We already have it apparently. Okay. Why are we here, guys? Let's leave. No, wait. We can farm points. Hold this. We won again. I didn't even do that much damage, all things considered, but I'm guessing that most of us here had Battle High 5. That was that was ridiculous. Win's a win. Yeah, exactly. There's also a difference between doing the most damage, getting the most kills, getting the most assists, and getting the important kills, getting the important assists, not dying, and doing the damage that matters. Like, yeah, if you do 2 million damage, but you have hardly any kills because everyone you attacked just left. Like, just walked away and healed themselves. That's not super helpful damage. But you did a lot of damage. So it's difficult to determine what's good or not. Like, let me just say, someone commended me. Someone commended me. So apparently it did something, or they just commended the top person on the list and it happened to be me. It's also a possibility. Shadow Center says, hopefully doing the objective. I'm guessing that was when I said, what are we doing? Because we sure spent a lot of time that match not doing anything. It felt like somehow we won. I guess that is how it happens. Is there something weird with the map? Because it feels like the north teams, so the northeast and northwest teams, almost always duke it out over that particular spawn in the cliffside up in the top, and then they, you know, get a lot of battle high, and then the south team is just standing there like, where is everyone? And that also happened in this match. The particular match we lost, we were South team. Is there a disadvantage to being South team? I wonder. Bookcheck says, we lose 8 minutes trying to take the center of Onsal, and we're losing, and in the end we don't even take it. Ah. That's the worst. One thing you can do, Shadow Cinder, to try and incentivize people to attack Battle High 5 players is... Now, it depends how well it works. I sort of ignore markers a little bit in Frontline because I don't even know who put it there. Like, I don't know if that marker is like a leftover from someone that did something earlier. But players that don't understand Battle High might be more inclined to go, okay, well, someone marked this person, so I'm gonna kill him. I'm just going to attack that guy over something else. So if you like just put a marker on your action bars, then you can go, hey, that guy has Battle High 5 guys. Just mark them for later. Now, someone else might use that marker 1 for something else, and then they lose the marker again. But that's fine. At least you tried. It varies how much it works. Yeah, but it's better than nothing. Shadow Center says, I mean, it looks like part of blue was trying to take a point. Yeah. See, this is exactly that match, that dugout we had in the middle, where we just spent like a good 2 minutes or so just fighting back and forth all 3 sides. The reason why I chose Ninja is every time you saw someone run up and try to take the point, that was when I was like, okay, I need to use an AoE attack. That's why I would run in and place Doton on the point, because then they can't take it for like 10 seconds. It's not possible for them to take it while they're taking damage from Doton. And if that's not like if that's not available, I'll just, you know, throw a fireball in there, just denying. I don't even need to click the person who's capturing. I just hit everybody that has the potential to be taking the point on the head and say, no one's taking points today, and deny them that opportunity. And that was what made me think that Ninja might be really good in Onsal Hakair, specifically because of that, and that you can do that very regularly. Pokek says, we're still fighting in mid. Yellow wins and red fights with us for the 2nd place, and we lose the fight. Ah. The big problem is, if you're in 1st place, the best you can do is try to hold your points and fight anyone that you can beat and steal their points. Just defend. You don't even have, like, you don't have to aggressively fight anyone in particular. If 2nd place is close to you, then there might be a reason to do that. But otherwise, you don't have to fight anyone. You can do whatever you like. If you're in 2nd place, you have equal motivation to fight 1st place to steal points from them, but they're probably winning because they're stronger. So if you fight 3rd place, who are 3rd place probably because they're weaker, you can steal their points and thereby make your chances of winning better. And then the reason why your motivation to fight 3rd place is there is because you could hope and pray that either 3rd place fights 1st place, so you can just, you know, flank both of them. But basically, if you're in 2nd place, you want to do both things. And if you're in 3rd place, your motivation is just to get points. You don't even care who's winning at this point because you're not. So 3rd place is looking at 2nd place weird because 2nd place is trying to farm 3rd place, and 1st place is just looking at this whole scene in complete, like, confusion because why is no one fighting us? In the optimal scenario, I suppose. And then ultimately 1st place gets to flank both of the weaker teams. Shadow Center said, when I said that, I meant another point other than mid. Most of the team was mid. Oh yeah, but is that... Did you say that, like, shortly before I saw that there was, like, we finished up middle? And then it turned out that there was like a point down here that they had been like the two other teams had been fighting over that we hadn't even seen. I think that might have been it. That's my guess. Pokeshot got to level 78 with Ninja. Shukiho 2. Oh, more Ninky Gauge. I mean, Oh, right. Sorry, Shadow Center. I'll try to be better at watching chat as I'm fighting, rather than doing it too much in the past. It's not super interesting to have a conversation if I'm completely confused about when the conversation took place. What are we doing? Oh. I call this opening distribution we want red to lose. Okay, let's see where we are. I want an assist on that guy. Put in the button. What the paladin doing? Hold these. What's happening with that blob of people right there? We have someone. Okay, someone is standing on it. Right. That's a tough spot to get up on. It. What is that graphic? What's happening? is that salted earth on an angle? What? That looked weird. Ah, didn't count. I was really hoping. That's a difficulty with Ninja. You can't see if someone has a potion waiting in the wing. So if they're just running without spending anything, you just have to take a guess. Apparently I stunned the guy from the bridge. On it. Didn't get him. More stuns. Ah. Is it just like one big blob of healers and tanks and dragoons and reapers? What's happening? Bye. I said good day, sir. Ow. Can't really do anything with that. Not particularly inspired with that Adlo. Cytocinda says, imagine a whole party of Reapers. The amount of hysteria would make me sick. Imagine a whole party of Reapers. You shoot one of them, and you shoot one of them with an AoE, and every single one of them just goes pop with the arcane crest, and they immediately heal to full. Seems like people are randomly leaving right now. That doesn't help our chances. Let's just say that. He's done. Imagine a party of loving dancers ready to seduce you. Oh my. You know, the scary part about that is that if you had a team with, you know... Why did that not work? Huh? I did the whole animation, but my limit break didn't even get spent. I'm very confused. That was really weird. As someone's calling the point. Let's try to go for the point then. Might be hard to get that point. Are you sure about this? I felt like I was out of that. And you're dead. Might not be my kill, but you're dead. And you're dead. Surprise! Okay, no more death, I suppose. Yeah, exactly, Project. You mentioned Dancer, and then we have the jankiest Dancer limit break of all time. On a ledge and everything. Oh, Paladin limit break. Oh, that's boring. I'm guessing we're losing, but it took me a very long time to get any amount of battle high going, so I'm guessing that's went wrong on my part. Wait, what? Cardion on me? Are you sure about that? Huh? Why would you Cardion me? I clearly don't know what I'm doing. I'm just running around grabbing kills. What? Okay, maybe I do know what I'm doing. Never mind. Didn't get that kill, that one going at least. Surprise! I don't think we're winning this, but hey, I'm having fun. Don't know what these tryhards' problems are. I'm having fun. I haven't died yet. How? Where? I was like miles away from that limit break. Why did it hit me? Milkshakes is now I want $1,000. Don't exactly have a $1,000 guessing prize pool, unfortunately. If only I did. Wait, did we get it? Oh. Apparently we got it. Excellent. Excellent. And I'm almost at Battle High 5. Step 1, mash buttons. Step 2, do damage. Step 3, question marks. Step 4, profit. The true PvP experience. Yes, indeed. Acquire battle high. Question marks profit. Like so. Oh dear, those dancer limit breaks are big. Very annoying. I can happily report that we are no longer in last place. We're probably, at the very least, going to land on second place. It also helps that for some reason we just were allowed to hang out on the sidelines of that trade. Oh. Huh. Well, you look at that. I didn't even realize that the sage is still on me. Still hanging out with me. Still cardiaing me. That's why I'm so invincible. What a hero. Can we force take over this 5-star in the middle? I do indeed have a dance partner. Is this the power of Battle High 5? I become anime protagonist? By the power of your friendship, we can still win. Is this the time that you want to use your Reaper limit break? Is it then? Alright. Congratulations. You played yourself. What's the plan? Oh, there's a point to... We're split. We're heavily split up. Where are we going to fight first? Fireballs! Well, this seems to work out very smoothly. Away with you. We're the first place now. Wait, what? This is it feels like our matches keep ending on this kind of stuff with like one big trade somehow. Could we mayhaps potentially beat up that Battle High 5 summoner over on the enemy lines? Also, what are you doing, Yellow? Get out of here. We're trying to win a match, you see. I think we have to let go of this point, because we can't do this with Yellow biting at our heels like this. Goodbye! Now, I think we're not getting the first place now. Thanks, Yellow. But we were trying to get second place. Maybe there's a chance. There's a hope. If we believe enough, then maybe we can still win this. With the power of friendship. We might be able to win. With the power of friendship. And Yellow stealing the point in front of Blue's nose. We might be able to win this. Oh man. Oh boy. That's really funny. We get the 5-star, and then the other 5-star on the map, which is practically served up in front of blue team, like right there. It's right there, right for the taking. Yellow gets it. Somehow, Yellow gets it and camps blue at their spawn. Meanwhile, we take the point behind both of them. I couldn't write a funnier story myself. That was an incredible finish. Shadow Center says, "Congratulations, you've upgraded from bronze to silver, unless blue seriously falls off a cliff." Friendship is a tangible power source in Final Fantasy XIV world. Don't knock it. That's actually true. There is some sort of power of friendship. And yes, indeed, Shadow Center, you practically you predicted it. Good on you. I guess Blue did fall off a cliff until Yellow came and got him the rope, and then they got the rope. That was an absolute roller coaster of a match. Wow. The betrayal. Well, I guess that was really interesting though. Did no one else in my party have Battle High 5? Is that why they were just stacking party buffs on me? I'm a replacement. It's okay, guys. I'm replacement ninja. Now, the question is whether do we lose now? Do we lose now? Because last match where I was here, we lost, and it feels like South has not won all evening. At least the matches I was in. Might also just be that I'm so bad at playing South that I cause my whole team to lose as a result. Could you imagine? Well, we're not going to win by the power of friendship in this match because I have no power of friendship givers. Well, if the bard chooses to hang out real close with me, then we might have something going, but I don't think they will. Not that close. Where is everybody? Yellow was planning like 3 parallel universes ahead or something. They planned all along. Well, we know we can't win, but we're certainly not letting Blue having it. We'll throw ourselves under the bus just so Blue doesn't win. And drags Red Team all the way from the back on the very bottom to the front and throws us over the finish line at the very end when it's clear that we actually don't have it in us without their help. Another warrior. Yeah, pure spite. We won by the power of the spite of Yellow Team. Hey, if we focus real hard, we might be able to get out of this alive. And then we teleport. Right, as we're about to run out of MP and potions, we just leave. Just eject seat. Fireball. Did he just jump off the cliff? I think that warrior just jumped off the cliff to avoid getting killed. Making me get an assist anyway, though. I should have healed that guy instead. I made a terrible mistake. Ow. And limit break. Ooh, nice, nice. You almost did like a quarter of my health. Impressive. You really had me there, mate. Oh, Riddle of Earth. Then I don't want to fight you. Bye. Bye. I said good day, sir. Shadow Cinder says, if South is gonna believe in anyone, then no one believes in it. Dynamis in action? Unless... Unless... Yeah, Pokeshack, just ignore that thing with Dynamis. Shadow Cinder's actually talking about the new American server. Dynamis. Definitely, right? Pokeshack is in the middle of Shadowbringers, I believe. Like you can't avoid every single spoiler in existence, but we try. See if we can let people stay out of the know if we can. Here's an interesting little jank with the ninja limit break. If it actually kills the person, technically, someone else can still steal the kill from the ninja while the animation is in progress, because for like the 1.5 second while you're doing the animation, your target is just stun locked. If it's going to kill them, like if you see a ninja use a limit break and the person they're using it on is they just keep walking, then the ninja missed. But if the target stops, then you can just choose to walk past because the ninja's got it. Typically, the ninja's got it in most cases. And I've got that. That is the saddest Gunbreaker limit break in the world. Uses Purify, gets the stun immunity, and then starts their limit break the instant that I decide to jump in with a stun because their immunity ran out. Mid? Oh yeah, mid. Something's happening in mid. Oh yeah. Oh, nothing, Pokeshack, nothing. We're just talking about, Dynamis, the new North American server. We're totally not talking about spoilers. I'm so close! Okay, fine. I'll just attack someone else then. It's gonna be boring like that and not want to fight them. Ow. I don't want to fight near your Bahamut. What are you thinking? Of course I don't want to fight your Bahamut. No. Shadow Cinder says, that poor monk perfectly does CC one-tap combo, and then I'm just standing there. Exactly. Exactly. It was surprising me that it did so little damage. Like, I saw them line up the whole combo and everything. And I'm there like, oh, I think I'm really in for it. And then I just see Enlightenment barely touched me. And then he uses Limit Break. And I'm just standing there taking it like, something's missing. You just disrespected that poor Gunbreaker lad so hard. Oops. Oops. Forked Raiju. Nah! Target switch. Annoying. Still got the kill, but my limit break was lost. Wait, what? What? Hey, what? did we already win? What? What? Wow. Wow. Yellow's having a bad day. Wow. Wow. That was rough. They were they were hardly even there. They just didn't really get to play. Wow. Yeah, they got stomped and buried repeatedly. And that's just... That must be really demoralizing. The worst part is that you could see that most of the players on yellow team didn't even have a single kill. A few of them had one, and someone had two. That was pretty much it. Can we buy something new? We can buy a song. I have no idea what these songs sound like, but I don't have this one. Rival Wings. I would love to try Rival Wings one day, but as far as I understand, it only really works queue-wise if people plan it. Like, people plan, okay, we're doing Rival Wings at this time, everyone join around here, otherwise there's just not enough people to start because there's no random queue for it. Shadow Center says, I think the lowest score I've ever seen was like 48. Sometimes Frontlines is a 2-team game. Yeah, yeah. The third team, like if you imagine like League of Legends or Dota or something like that, sometimes the third team is the jungle. You just visit the third team to farm some battle high when you need it. But this was actually wild. The second place didn't even have 900 points. That's why I was so surprised. We won that match within 9 minutes, I think. Third team is just jungle mobs. I'm just gonna go farm myself some battle high, guys. I'll be right back. That would be weird. That would be a strange way to make like an event. I'm always the jungle, bro. Oh. My advice, Pokeshack, if you're having trouble with Frontline is... And I know you said before that the thing that you like to do is distract a lot of enemies at once. In my experience, the best thing to go for learning first is learning to not die much. If you don't die that much, then it means that that battle high gauge increases permanently. Right? If you don't die much, then you get to keep it. And if you get to keep it, you do better. You do more damage. And you get more kills. And then you win more. So that would be my advice. First priority, don't die. And then, of course, do objectives. But sometimes those conflict because maybe you're on a losing team and genuinely doing the objective is going to get you killed. And if that's the case, then sometimes you just have to stand back. And play carefully. I think it's worth it. Typically, it's worth it. And then when you've learned to not die, then you start learning to do all the fancy tricks. You figure out how much you can get away with fighting. You don't learn what you can fight by losing a 1v8. You learn how much you can fight by surviving a 1v2 or 1v3 and living to tell the tale. Whether you beat them is not so important as long as you survived and got away with it. Like, if you can survive long enough in a 1v2, you can survive long enough for your party to come and help you sometimes. But I do really think that the most important thing to learn in Frontline and Crystalline Conflict to some degree is not dying. Just survival. first and foremost. Guide for Chocobo Racing. Can't help you there. I have not even played Chocobo Racing. Yeah, I'm not gonna play with you guys. That's just not happening. Not if it's like 20v2. I don't want to do that. That's just no. Although now we have the problem that most of our party is hanging out in North because reasons. It's like Mario Kart. I've seen friends play the Chocobo Racing stuff in the closest that I've seen is Chocobo Racing in the Gold Saucer. But I had never really played Mario Kart, so I wouldn't be good at teaching it. Even if I had played Chocobo Racing. That's also why I don't put out many PvP guides for Final Fantasy XIV, is because my knowledge of PvP is, you know, it's fun. And I can flail around and sometimes do really well, but it's not like I know, like I have all the answers. I definitely don't. Double kill! Do you want to be my third, friend? Okay, that's fine. You can guard off. That's okay. I won't take it personally. I will, however, not stand for all that damage. Bojik says you could try someday, not for guide, but just for fun. Yeah. I don't really enjoy racing games that much, so that might put a little bit of a damper on my enjoyment. So I think like the reason I haven't played Mario Kart is because I don't enjoy racing games terribly much. So it's not the worst to watch. And it's a little bit more fun. I think we're being farmed this match, guys. I think we're being farmed. Are we have we become jungle? That was a little too greedy of that black mage. Like, he was really playing with fire. Which is really weird because black mages in PvP tends to prioritize using ice. Fireball! And the stabbies. Shadow Synthesis, I've only played 2 racing games that I enjoy. Crash Tag Team Racing, the one where you can fuse cars, and Team Sonic Racing. Team Racing! I guess the thing that makes it enjoyable for you is the aspect of playing it like racing as a team with someone. I just want to read a message that it was just posted in the chat. My internet died. Am I dead or floating around like the ghost of Christmas past? That's a smart way to cause my limit break to run out, mate. Yo. Hello there. I'm impressed and confused by the fact that we have basically no points as a team, yet I have Battle High 3. And I'm guessing there's some people on the team that are just not having a good day in the Onsal Hakair. Meanwhile, I'm just hanging out. Ow. There's an imbalance in the points. Imbalance in the points. There's an imbalance in the points. There's totally not any Sith abound. That's totally not what's happening. This is not a trap. I don't know what you're talking about. Now, Red, ignore us completely and let us steal points from Yellow. Yes. Darn it. Never mind then. I don't want to wait for your limit break. You're dead, mate. You're dead. Goodbye. North. I don't know why they were just standing there. Do we go for the 5-star or the 4-star? Both. I will go for the 5-star. I will assist with the 5-star at the very least. This is getting a little wild. I will do this, this, and run. Ow. Yet 2 massive limit breaks hit me and I didn't die. I simply don't have the AoE real estate to deal with all these players. Hello. Okay, didn't get to have that, I suppose. Oh boy. We were defeated. We were defeated by a silence and a miracle of nature. Miracle of nature, which, by the way, got its range nerfed this patch too, and also the last one. If we continue this trend, around by January, white mages will be using Miracle of Nature from melee range. You go up and poke you with the hand to activate it. Hit everybody. If something dies, I want an assist. When you do the whoopsie, run for the hills. Or stack very closely with your team to avoid getting targeted. The miracle of nature ended with you in silence. Break the silence. Stab. And a stun. And another stun. Guess what? Limit break. Hello. North? Yeah, I mean, won't we just lose that? Is that the best move? To do without with blue over the 5-star? I wonder. I do wonder. Okay, I guess blue didn't want to play. Oh, red, sorry. We're blue. Dunk. There's just one guy standing there on the hill, menacing me. That's a tanky boy. We got the 5-star. And what? And the 4-star? Are we making a comeback? Is there... Can we win with the power of summoners? Can we... Wow. So what theme are you thinking for your frontline party? I was thinking like 3 dragons. Yeah. Like 3 Bahamut in every exchange. And that was what I had in mind. Does that work? Like when you think of supporting your team with your party, like how are you thinking? Well, I'm thinking that we use 3 giant dragons to cover, use cover fire to protect everyone, and then people pick off the whatever's left. Is that a strategy? Is that a strategy? Also, little thing I maybe want to address is that you may notice that I spent a lot of time in Frontline just running on my legs instead of mounting up. And the reason for that is if there is even the slightest, tiniest smidgen of a chance that someone's gonna stab you while you're mounted, you're basically getting completely stopped for 10 seconds if you if they catch you on the mount. You get like an 80 or 90% slow if you get hit while mounted. And more importantly, if you get hit by some mechanic like a snare or something like that, it can prevent you from dismounting, and you cannot use Purify if you're mounted, which means that enemies that catch you with that kind of attack can actually stun you with a snare or a stun, because you can't use Purify while mounted and you can't dismount while stunned, so you're like in this logic loop. So it's not entirely safe to be mounted, is what I'm saying. That's why I spend a lot of time running to places at times. What on earth is going on here? This is madness. Surprise! I don't really want to go down in that. It looks a little scary. But I suppose we have to stop yellow from getting that point if we want to even have a chance of winning. We've reached a point where there's a high enough probability that we could win, that we don't want the game to end yet. Now that's a lot of stuns. I mean, I could have survived that. I was just about to cast a shield, Mr. Dragoon, with Battle High 5, just so you know. You didn't have me. I was going to escape, just for your information. I was gonna make it out alive. Okay, instant queue. Cybercenter says, anything is a strategy if you try hard enough. Also, just because anything is a strategy doesn't make it a good strategy. I mean, what's it, Zap Brannigan? I'll just throw waves and waves of soldiers at them. Technically a strategy. However, you stand at the risk of running out of waves. You win, you survive. Now, if only that were the case. Yeah, so we see that technically your team was in last place. However, on the grounds that Kai here survived the exchange with this Dragoon that had a higher battle high than him, we're gonna decide that you win, actually. You get to win. Because the Dragoon wasn't strong enough to beat you. Hence, you win by default. And we're in the same corner as last time. You know what's interesting is that Onsal Hakair and other frontline modes have the possibility of randomly choosing to do something completely different. Like, sometimes the one where you have to break crystal clusters and that, the ice things, will just spawn like 80% of the points immediately at the start of the match. And sometimes it'll spawn very slowly. And sometimes Onsal Hakair will start by just putting a 5-star in the center and watch the world burn, apparently. I've seen it happen. Just not that common. I wonder what logic chooses that. Is it like a day-specific thing? Or is it... This is really dumb, guys. We need to find the enemy and fight them for points. We genuinely can't just camp. We can't just sit on the hill of, well, we got the points. We have the most points, as you see. We're going to lose if we just avoid combat. We are going to lose. This is the cursed opener. Like, we're going to be sitting here in around 10 minutes. I'm calling it now. In like 10 minutes, we're going to find that, shockingly, getting a lot of points in the start of the match is completely pointless. Because the enemies will just steal your points when they've got battle high. We need to go wherever the team is. What's the samurai doing? Hello? Hello? I'm suspecting that he had limit break and was trying to bait me, but I guess he didn't bother because he realized that I was probably onto him. What with how little I was actually attacking him. No, we're not doing that dance. And somehow he got like 6 people, but not me? You watch anime? Yeah, I do. Not much at the moment, but I do watch anime. I'm not sure how we're going to get very much progress made right here. However, hold this fireball if I can manage to connect to someone. Are you good at Yu-Gi-Oh? Probably not. I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in over a decade. Fun fact, invulnerable paladins can still get stunned. But I do have Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And welcome back, Rado, by the way. This is difficult to deal with. I can't see a thing. Are you good at Pokemon? The cards? No, absolutely not. I was pretty decent at the Pokemon games years ago. I did actually record Pokemon matches in the Diamond and Pearl generation of games and post them on YouTube on a different account. I don't want to fight you, mate. And I did win a lot of matches. But I haven't played Pokemon games for years because I feel like the games don't exactly get a lot better with each generation. So I don't want to pay for them. I don't want to buy them. But I know how to play Pokemon games and do the big smart boy strategies instead of just using attacks every turn. Rado says, do you ever go back to that account to look back on your success as a Pokemon YouTuber? I was never a Pokemon YouTuber because I just posted every now and then. And it was going back to it, it's my private account. Now we just need to survive until our teleport is ready. Or just, I guess, walk. Favorite Pokemon? Go. Aegislash. Second most favorite? Scizor. Because they both, by construction, only really function with particularly complex strategies beyond 4 attacks, and they can get technical. What are you guys' favorite Pokemon? I'm very biased towards Pokemon that are competitively good in some way or another, because I can't stop myself from thinking of that specific perspective when thinking of Pokemon. Yeah, I really like steel types. When I played through games, my typical biggest problem has always been, oh yeah, there's a fire gym. And then you check my team and there's nothing to fight a fire gym. Maybe a single water type. Shadow Center says Shinx and Luxray. That's a cool one. I actually caught a shiny Shinx back in my Diamond game years and years and years ago. Not sure what he had in mind doing that. And Rilo says Raichu and Lucario. Those are also very, very popular. I did like Lucario very much back in Diamond and Pearl. Not that I don't like Lucario, but it's just I wouldn't use it as much now, I don't think. And Pokeshack says, no one believes me when I say that my favorite Pokemon is trash Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon is Gabodor. Hey man, Gabodor is not that bad. The problem is mostly like, it's sort of like statted like an early game Pokemon. So if you compare it to like a legendary or like really top tier ones, then it feels really, really bad. That's why competitive Pokemon tends to have tier lists, so that there is like a playing field where Pokemon are relevant in some capacity. And Gabodor has advantages. Like for instance, Gabodor is among the Pokemon that has access to Toxic Spikes. Which is it's not like an extremely unique trait these days, but it's something. I believe it also has access to Gunk Shot, which is also just a really good move. There's something good in most Pokemon. I mean, sometimes there isn't very much you can do to make them good. Like, Magikarp only has like 3 or 4 moves in total, and its stats are not good. But, I mean, I'm sure there is a tier low enough for it. There could be. And Shadow Cinder says, Lucario used to be my favorite, but I just love Luxray's design. It's really cool. The thing that made me not think that much about Luxray back in Diamond and Pearl was that its physical stats are way better than its special stats. However, it hardly learns any useful physical moves at all. I think the best attack it gets is like Thunder Fang, which is not that great. Yeah, physical electric moves are far and few between. I think we are in trouble. We're right there in the middle and people are not running. People are apparently choosing to fight. in this flanking maneuver situation. I like how that Battle High 5 Dragoon didn't want to fight me, even though he was the one getting back up. Yeah, I had a feeling that was what was coming. That's why I just decided to disappear when the samurai started to use Chitin in an unwinnable battle. Weird how there's a connection there, isn't it? Oh, you're not healing. I messed up and used Mace Sui, so my ninjutsu wasn't ready to continue my streak, unfortunately. And Popshek says, I don't talk about metas, I talk about his title, the trash Pokemon. You can learn good physical attacks and have good stats. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just, the problem with certain Pokemon is that relative to their power, like they're just stronger Pokemon, relatively speaking. But if a stat line on a Pokemon is pretty decent, then it's not bad. It's just that you need to find Pokemon in a similar, like, strength tier. Like, imagine if Raticate, you know, one of the first Pokemon you would possibly be able to have evolved, was as powerful as Mewtwo or something like that. What reason would you have to capture Mewtwo then? He is setting up for a limit break, isn't he? Or not? I guess not. I think we're going to lose simply because we didn't manage to get ourselves together in time. Yeah, that's it. That's fine. Well, I think I did pretty well. What? But you know, one thing I think is very interesting is that the favorites you guys listed are from generations 4, 1, and 5, I believe. And I think a lot of people, you know, found their favorite Pokemon and then maybe stopped playing Pokemon. And then there was no opportunity to, you know, get acquainted with new Pokemon. So that might result in you not. Pokecheck says I played all generations. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think. Like when I played Yu-Gi-Oh, for example, I also liked really gimmicky decks. But these days it's just way too fast. It's like it's not uncommon for a Yu-Gi-Oh match to end in like less than 5 turns, I believe. It sounds almost more like you're playing solitaire. But you know, over a decade ago, I did play a match of Pokemon trading card games against the, at the time, Danish number one, like the best Pokemon trading card games player in Denmark. Because he incidentally decided to show up for a tournament that was taking place at the local place where I participated in card game tournaments. He also immediately beat me. Both because he had, you know, the best cards, and I had old cards that were pretty much out of season. So I didn't even have a chance. But I didn't really... I wasn't really that attached to it. Boxy says, sometimes one turn in a competition takes like 10 minutes. Shadow Cinder says, I played Pokemon at the earliest when Colosseum came out. I didn't get super into it until Diamond and Pearl, so I treat those as my real firsts. That's fair enough. I played... like my first experience with Pokemon games was playing my brother's Pokemon Yellow. And eventually I got my own Pokemon Yellow. But the game I probably really would consider my first was the Pokemon Gold that I had. But I do believe the generation that I played the most and did the most was in Pokemon Diamond. And the thing that possibly ruined it, you could say, for me was that in the Diamond and Pearl generation I discovered EV training. Let me know if you're not sure what EV trading is. But I had like 30 plus Pokemon that I had bred and EV trained and everything. So even the prospect of starting over with a new game, even though, you know, you can just send the Pokemon over, it was tedious. So I was looking at it like I would have to start over, and then I didn't want to. So that's why I sort of also, that was also a reason why I stopped like playing the games, because it was just every time I see a Pokemon in a Pokemon game, I'm like, is it good? Like, does it get strong? Does it learn good moves? And in most cases, if you want to have like a competitive moveset, oh, you need these things from the end game, so you're like staring down your first 5 or 6 or 7 Pokemon in the game, and each of them you go, well, that would be good if I had this TM or this item, or it wasn't that level, and don't feel particularly interested in catching it because of that. Are we getting attacked from behind by a single Dragoon? Huh? That was really random. There's just one red player. What are you doing, mate? Leave! Leave, mate! Okay, now red might be coming from behind. Now, if we can lure red to attack blue first, that would be really nice. And Shadow Cinder says, well, let's see, Pokeshak says, I don't remember my first experience, maybe Emerald in an emulator like a decade ago. And Shadow Cinder says, I know all the competitive stuff, I just don't play that way for the very reason you described. I really enjoyed playing through this game called Radical Red, which is made to be played competitively. And then for that reason is made such that it is a little easier to play competitively. Like the trainers in the game are stronger and play smarter and have better teams, and it's easier for you to train your team to be strong early on. But at the same time, it also means that you don't really get away with jank strategies very much, because the enemies are designed to, like, not put up with that kind of stuff. For better or worse, anyway. Jank is the best way. Like, I think one of the funniest strategies to employ is like Breloom with Spore, Substitute, Leech Seed, and Focus Punch. That is extremely funny, but the problem is that in actual matches, it is very common to have the Sleep Clause, which means that that Breloom is likely going to Spore one thing, and then the opponent switches out. And hopefully that substitute you put up is going to be enough, because you're not getting another one. You're not getting to do this move again. Why did he just stop in his tracks like that? He wasn't dead. Pokejack says, I play like competitive sometimes, and sometimes, like, I like that design. I want that on my team, and have teams like, I Pokemon weak 8 times to fire or something like that. Yeah, that's exactly what I do, is like, I will fill in my team with the Pokemon that I like to use, and then when I have like 3 or 4 of them, I'm like, okay, actually, if I don't start looking at my weak points, then this is not gonna work. So I get that. In other news, what's going on here? Okay, entering battle. I require a kill, a sacrifice. As you see. Okay, that apparently didn't count. They had like multiple Sage limit breaks set up, and they still had to evacuate apparently. Speaking of evacuating, is that one person? Now it's not one person, it appears. I wonder if that helped my team at all. You know, Battle High 5 really makes you strong. Apparently I healed for 22,000 with my potion. Makes it difficult to get through, I guess. Ah! And now we evacuate again. Okay then. We've apparently almost caught up to Red. After Red having like double points on everyone. It really just takes off once you get Battle High 5. It's really helpful to be able to like pick off enemies. Marker says yes. Sounds about right. Now, the question is whether we should really be fighting in the south to steal points from Red through kills. Which we should if no one's contesting us in the north, but hello! I don't think we're getting this point. I'm just not gonna do that. That's just not happening. And that's just not gonna. Ow. 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 And what went wrong is that we were like half in the south and half in the north. Ooh, nice! Take that, Battle High 5. Yoink that. Mine now. I still don't think we're winning. It seems like every time we are in a sort of good spot, Red gets handed another something. Makes it a little difficult. That summoner was just randomly casting their elixir in the middle of the arena. Were they trying to bait people into shooting at them? Why? And I was here thinking, there's no way I'll be able to like continue that kill streak. And then the Sage just stood there. What on earth is happening? Bye. Get out of here. And apparently, wait, we got it? We got this. We got the 5-star in the middle apparently. Excellent. And Shadow Center says, I think in Frontlines, a lot of the mentality just goes, weak. If we can't get first place, then Silver is the only option. Even when just ganging on the first place team would typically work. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that if you're in third place, it is like, it's beneficial to you to find the team that is weaker among the other teams. Often the reason why you're in third place is because you don't have the power to fight first place. So if you insist on fighting first place to prolong the match, then generally what's going to happen is you lose all of your points. Because then first place just gets to farm you for free. That's the concern, at least. Sometimes when the matches are actually a little bit more even when it comes to it, it's not that bad. No. no guard camping when I'm in the battle. My limit break will be ready again when I need it. It just has this ability to be ready when I need it. I just tell it to be ready and then it is. That is an extremely difficult point to contest by anyone but Red. Oh, there's a Dragoon limit break. And apparently a machinist shot me. A machinist used a limit break on me, guys. Can you tell? I think the machinist limit break did like 12k. And also, guys, I think we're winning. If we just don't die much, we'll win from the points we just got. We did it. And I got the most kills. But who knows if I've been over here kill stealing all match. You never know. Well, you're right, Shadow Cinder. That's exactly how it looks from the second place perspective. If we, looking at third place, it looks like what third place is saying is, if we can't win, well, then we'll just settle for second place. But whenever you are in the third place, what usually happens is that you're just clawing for any points at all, and you discover that whenever you challenge second place, there's a better chance of you getting something, while whenever you challenge first place, you just get dunked on. So it sort of just ends up being that third place challenges second place, and second place is sitting there like, if you helped me with first place, we could both duke it out for first place, but because you're not helping me or helping us, first place just wins. And then it's really difficult. Pokeshak says, I think the mentality of I think the mentality of fighting for second place was established after the psychological damage left by the streak of the paladins. Oh man. Oh man. The curse of the paladin days. That was a... like... I was there doing frontline stuff when people started to discover that this paladin strategy was a thing. Fortunately, I was done with frontline completely, for whatever reason, shortly after, so I never had to live that reality. But just the prospect of you defending a point, trying to take it, and then a paladin just waltzes up, covers someone else, and then they just take the point, and you can just stand there because there's nothing you can do about it now. The only counter move is to use knockback to move the paladin away from the other player, but that's already difficult enough, and some jobs don't even have the option. And hey Skullwolf, how are you doing? But yeah, it's that's the reason why I believe not last Thursday, but the Thursday before that was the first Onsal Hakair since they removed this feature, or this ability for paladins to cover people while they're taking points. And apparently Onsal Hakair was really popular that day. Like, extremely popular, because people wanted to see what it's like to play Onsal Hakair without paladins. And I was playing paladin that day, and I saw another paladin suggest using the trick, and I had to tell him that you can't do that anymore. He hadn't even realized that it had been removed. Skull says, well, still got my cold with plenty more sneezing, but besides that, doing okay. Well, that sounds decent overall. I hope you get better soon. Someone's DCing in the middle of the battleground. It appears. At least it wasn't 24 paladins. That's true, it wasn't 24 paladins, it was... I have actually been a part of a match where there were like parties, like full 8-man parties of like 4 summoners and 3 white mages, and then, I don't know, like a warrior that didn't catch the memo. Like, alright. That is not very interesting back then, when 3 Bahamut drops would just kill you outright. And then they gave people innate damage reduction, and suddenly that strategy didn't work anymore. When you need like 8 Bahamuts. I was just about to think that we needed a limit break for that. What? Wait, why do we have this many points? Yeah, we really should be fighting the other teams instead of just like sitting on our laurels. Really just pick them off as they're trying to grasp other points, because apparently we're just like taking names here. Nope, that's not a match I want to participate in. Did you see me not get whoopsied right there? I don't know if I managed to cancel the limit break there. It seemed like it didn't go through right. I was really hoping that he wasn't gonna potion. Oh. See, Poker says, I play Onsal Hakair in that time and I hate Paladin after that with all my heart. One time, we had one team with more than 6 Paladins. It's just, they're just alternating who's going in and capturing and who's covering. Like, even worse, one person goes up and they just chain cover. Why are we getting flanked like this? What are the blue players going for exactly right now? I'm very curious why they were attacking us from there. Point are we going for? That one? Oh, sure. Like, we can do that. Poker says the other team and us agreed to take down that team, but we can't achieve that, so we just kill each other. Yeah, exactly. That's the classic. I have experienced getting the whoopsie debuff mid limit break just tonight, and then getting killed by it. So it's totally a possibility. Oh, excellent. We have another ninja using limit breaks. And just for those that wasn't there, the whoopsie debuff is the debuff that enables the samurai to one-shot you with their limit break. It is called the whoopsie because when you get it, and then subsequently get one-shotted by the samurai, that is a whoopsie. Don't care about that paladin limit break giving you extra defenses. I'll just kill you through it. And then we run or get killed by another ninja. Now that's the reason why I keep running when I'm even remotely close to 50% health, because if you get any amount of battle high, there's gonna be a ninja. There's going to be a ninja with your name on their kill list. Yeah, we can't kill them from there. Yeah, it doesn't even matter what job you are. If you have battle high, then there is a benefit for a ninja in killing you specifically over someone else. I can do with some assists. That also works. Do we threaten blue into the corner? Is that the strategy? Is that safe? We are going to get flanked by the respawns from behind. Uh-oh. I had a feeling something like this would happen. That was why I was worrying about going that far from our base specifically. I just didn't realize my party was away in time. And Poacher is not in duo, they run cover, they just run in and cover each other and run for the map, just run around the map and take all the points. Yeah, that sounds about right. And Rollo says, Ninja's probably your best class to be honest, for PvP. Mine? Or do you mean like in general? I feel like I'm doing pretty well with Ninja, but I felt like I was doing pretty well with Samurai last week too. Nah, mate. Don't even wanna let you live to use your limit break. We need to evacuate. What? That was a random samurai limit break, it seems. Was that you? Did you spend your limit break, friend? I don't want to be here. Where's my team? But yeah, you might be right, Rallo, that the simple fact that I liked to do those whoopsies and then like taking extremely huge risks just for the memes ultimately might not be the best gameplay strategy. So I might have been playing worse with the Samurai simply because I was doing those shenanigans that I really shouldn't be doing. White mage jumps in. Others, Ninja just immediately yoinks him. I can't see anything. We're just getting camped by both teams again. Meanwhile, Yellow has like all that other stuff that they could be doing, but they're here, partying it up with us. That's a really hard position to prevent them from... Oh, it looks like another ninja is also dropping some dodgems. This is ridiculous. Guys, have you seen that there's a 5-star on the other end of the map? Have you seen that? Wow! Oh boy! And it's really cool, actually. Could you imagine not camping us, specifically, for 5 seconds? Could you imagine? Like, just saying, unless... I only want to kill red. And then blue was like, oh yeah, yellow could also end up winning. Weird. Weird, right? Strange. You just got betrayed. You saw you two thought you were in it together. But yellow always knew. Yellow always knew. They were gonna betray you. Betray your trust. Was bound to happen. Now the question is whether we can get both of these points. When you get the whoopsie tag, just leave. Immediately evacuate. Don't even test it. Oh boy. This is getting a little close. We're losing a lot of points from just fighting blue. And now we're gaining points again, apparently. And we won! It appears. At the very end. What a weird match. Pew. Pew. What a very, very weird match. And we continue onward. It's really silly, all this series experience, and all I'm getting is trophy crystals that I can't spend on anything. I have 20 of those wolf collars now. What do you guys spend your trophy crystals on? Shadow Center says, just did an Onsal as warrior. No idea what I'm doing, but I actually got to play the game. So it's fun. Exactly. And as a tank, like actually as warrior, you have a lot of lifesteal. Like you can heal through a lot of punishment. So it feels really funny when there's like an army of people beating away at you, but you can heal through it. If they just don't stun you, you'll be fine. Awesome. That's the spirit. Now just do it a lot more times and get that commander coat. But that's the thing. I said recently that so I've streamed a lot of Crystalline Conflict ranked, and I get the impression that people might watch because they're interested in what ranked Crystalline Conflict looks like. But in most cases, it doesn't change the fact that it is still ranked, and it feels like there's a lot on the line, so most people wouldn't actually want to try it. And the queue times these days, I don't know if it's gotten better now that a new season started, but at least like 2 weeks ago there was such a long queue time that you might as well not bother in the evening, at least in my experience. Is also a detriment. Meanwhile, Frontline, very little on the line, it's just messing around. No one is getting particularly angry with you if you make a big mistake, it's just, oh well. And then you get a little bit less from the end screen reward. But otherwise, it's cool. You're fine. I like the way that I just randomly chose that samurai and decided to beat on him for no particular reason, and as I'm beating away at them, someone else puts a target marker on. We have 0 points. Basically 0 points. We're practically getting points and then handing them directly to the other teams, because apparently we're fighting on 2 fronts at the same time because no one's making any calls. Surprise! The ninja heal. People never expect it. I somehow made it out alive after all that. But I got my kill, which is what I came for. That was a confusing Dragoon. Very nice juking. Didn't get away though, he was too busy just jumping around. Bojack says, continuing with main quest. Good luck, thank you, and enjoy your main quest. Ah! Heal back up. I was really hoping, because I knew he would get away if I didn't get him right then and there. These warriors just getting away because they receive all those heals as they escape. This is not a fun world to be a ninja. Too many tanks. Far too many tanks. And then yellow just takes the entire middle area. What's the plan, guys? What do we do? Apparently I got an assist from something. That's the best, when they don't even try to purify, so you just sit and wait for the stun to run out. Oh, there's a fight over there. Ronald says, Ninja has to be a most used PvP class with the amount of stuff you're doing. I don't know, I actually think that I've done Black Mage more, but I did most of that in Season 1, so who's really to say? I'm having a lot of fun with Ninja, that's for certain. That was a little bit of a waste. Oh well. What matters is that we got the point really quickly. Got out of there. What got you into the color pink? I don't know. I think I just randomly found the like I just saw, like I was just scrolling through the dyes when I was choosing a color to use. And then I really liked how the cherry pink one looked on the particular outfit that I was using, and then it turns out that I really like the way that it looks on all the outfits that I use. And now it's like the color, like my calling card almost, the color that people recognize. Oh, there he is. Kai. Shining across the battlefield in shining bright cherry pink dye. But I really like bright colors in the first place. It's not too surprising that I would like pink. Let's see. Ow. Wait, do we have a friend that's just left to die over there? Well, I tried. The rest is up to you, friend. I tried. Shadow Center says, considering the amount of alts I have, I'll always have something to buy with crystals. Fair enough. I actually farmed so much because I was trying to get the wolf marks for all of the Makai stuff in the first season. Incidentally, if you do that, you will get so many trophy crystals that you'll be able to buy every single unique item you can buy for trophy crystals that isn't like an outfit or something. You know, buying framers and things like that. Before you get all of the wolf marks that you need. Oh, whoops. Awkward. I still got the kill, apparently. I think I've just discovered some tech. Wasn't helpful right there, but I discovered some tech. Use Raiju to stun your target so that they can't cast a heal on themselves in the animation for your limit break, so that you're guaranteed to get the kill if they are below 50% without outside help. I haven't even thought about doing that before, but I guess we're finally reaching the point where I've played a little bit of Ninja enough to think about that. There's also just the extreme hilarity of using stuns repeatedly on someone. I'm sure everyone loves me so much for doing that all the time. Oh, I don't want to enter from that side, that's for certain. Hey, I don't think we're gonna win that exchange, but we're so extremely far ahead that we're probably not gonna mind that much. If we just get anything, we might win. Wow! Now that's a lot of damage. Yeah, I didn't really do that much, I felt like, throughout the match. I didn't do that much damage, as you can see. But I spent a lot of time on just using double stuns on people, securing other people kills, which is also valuable. It just doesn't do that much damage, I think. How much is yeah, 4,000. It's not a lot. But I'm also sure that if you see random strangers in content, there's a better chance that you'll recognize that person that is wearing full pink than the person wearing all black. So that's also a reason that I like wearing something like cherry pink dye. It makes you really stand out. I remember someone a while back walking up to me and going, "I recognize you from somewhere." I believe I had been in their free company or something. They didn't remember my name, but they remembered my outfit, and specifically that it was pink. So they couldn't remember my name, so they saw that the name was there, of course, but they didn't recognize the name, but they recognized everything else, because apparently my character's look had made enough of an impression to make them remember that. That looks a little strange when you're one of the first people zoning in. I think we have a strategy, guys. So what we're going to do is, if we were really smart, which we probably are not, but if we were really smart, then we would just have, like, in every battle, have like one ninja just finishing off people one at a time. Just jumping around. With this many ninjas, it could happen. Could have limit break to finish off everyone at less than 50% at any time. I also like that we had 2 white mages, but then we didn't. They both switched. Shadow Cinder says, now I wish they had a bright green, like the same saturation as the other new dyes, but not metallic. Oh yeah. Yeah. The green screen green, right? That would be funny. That would be really funny. Oh, we're yellow. I also have to do that near the start when I start to see like, oh, some team is getting a lot of things. And I'm like, wait, it's us. It's our team winning. Then it's okay. Ah! The machinist ran just close enough to the battle again that I could snipe them. Oh, that was nice. That was very, very nice. Now, we don't want to fight here. There's nothing to fight for here. No, since we're about to see some Dotons in action. Oh yeah. Even though I don't actually use Doton that much. Wait, why is red here? Why are you here? Ah, there was another ninja thinking the exact same thing as me. That's also a little gimmick, is that if you use the ninja limit break, but your target disappears halfway there, you just, you know, end up halfway there. I clicked that by accident. I don't even know how he landed in the correct health threshold for that to function. He just dropped to the health amount necessary to get the kill. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you have it. There's another ninja limit break again. That's incredibly funny. Like every time someone is near death and you're like, oh, I don't think I'm gonna get him, then you hear the sound of the ninja limit break. Yeah, I know, right? Shadow Cinder. Imagine an enemy so friendly that they just go, you know what, I'll just cut my health in half for you. Just this once. Got you, mate. What? Oh. I'm like, did my target just disappear off the face of the earth? Hehe. I'll kill both of you if I can get away with it. I didn't, but I could have. Ow, ow, ow. Ouchies. Ow, mate. I was just going to throw that out there to do something. I wanted to get access to my fireball, and then the person just flat out died. This ninja situation is a little out of hand. Like, 3 different hand signs specifically. Shadow Synthesis is about to attempt a samurai run. Here's a tip. If you use Chitin and Guard, there's a much lower chance that the enemy will kill you before you can like follow up with the limit break. And also, sometimes if you use Chitin and Guard in very quick succession, people don't even notice that you used Chitin in the first place. No escape. It's really ridiculous with this many ninjas. I can much more reliably just throw out a limit break too, because someone else might have one. Yeah, good luck, Shadow Cinder. I will pray for many triple kills or double kills with the whoopsie. The legendary whoopsie limit break. Is it just me, or are people just flying all over the place, just back and forth? Oh, that's why. I was like, what? Who was the person fighting? I'm just saying, this whole ninja thing, with so many ninjas that there's always one ready with a limit break, is it feels very overwhelming for the enemies. It's like every single battle there's at least like 2 ninjas, and someone's gonna limit break you. Someone's gonna do it. Mark? Yes, let's go mid. There's a good chance the enemies can't fight us for it. Someone randomly dancing in the crowd. North? Yes, that was called North. Excellent. And that didn't work out. I just clicked because I didn't expect anything else to work, but apparently there was a person ready to catch my limit break right in their face. I always expect them to use a heal mid-cast. I like that someone called... very interesting that someone just called Focus Blue. Poor Blue is only slightly ahead of 3rd place. It's not like it makes such a big of a difference, it's just focus something. So I guess focus whoever's ahead. Nice. 11 minutes. Considering how many ninja limit breaks I heard, seems like it was really the Dragoon that was carrying, huh? How many matches have we won in a row? I feel like we've been winning most of the evening somehow. We got 10,000 wolf marks. We might be able to buy something else. I think we can buy a new song. Guess we'll have to do Frontline first. Person number 72, would you please stand up? Click the enter button. Yes, we have 2 ninjas. Maybe. Maybe. We have like 8 summoners. Apparently we have like 8 summoners. Rado says, you should go back in time and talk to yourself back when you first started. What do you mean? That would have been convenient for everyone. Imagine if you could go back in time and tell yourself what works and what doesn't. Just back like when A Realm Reborn is released, I'm like, okay man, listen, those are the games. Now, A Realm Reborn, it looks a little rough around the edges, but trust me, you're gonna love this. I'd totally do that. But did you mean something specific, Ralu? You're going there, then I will go north, where clearly the party's going. I'm even coming like fashionably late and everything. Look at me. Fireball. Rose says, nah, just then you started playing the game. Yeah. I am saying that I wish I had started on Final Fantasy XIV sooner. I really mean that. I wish I had experienced the cross-class stuff back in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. That would be ridiculous. But I actually think I would have found it fun and interesting to work with. I'll take the assist. I don't need to use my limit break immediately. Rella says, do you think you would have been a way different person if you started that early? I don't know. I don't know. I think some of the things that have affected my personality has been more stuff that has happened in my life in addition to games. But I would certainly have had a lot less World of Warcraft experience to work with if I had started Final Fantasy that early. I think. Not that that is like a particularly important skill to have, knowing World of Warcraft stuff a lot. Maybe I would be different. The thing that I'm thinking of is if I had started earlier, then I would have been on a different server, because I believe that Louis Soir is not a server that existed at the very start of the game, which would ultimately have meant that I wouldn't have met some of my best friends that I met on this particular server. Which might have affected a lot of things, considering that the original motivation to make a Final Fantasy guide channel came from a friend that simply didn't understand the other guides they were looking up were simply too difficult in their opinion. They felt that people went too fast. On it. I'm not sure what we're accomplishing fighting in the middle like this. But yeah, that's the thing, is that from my perspective, if I changed something about my life leading to this, then there's a very good chance that I would never have met some of my best friends, which is a sad realization. Did they just stand there? So we have the classic hindsight guy in the chat saying, this won't work if we don't work together. Mid was pointless there. We could have won E, but no one made any calls, so no one knew that there was a significant portion of the raid fighting for East. That's generally why you make coordinate calls. To tell people where you are. And right now we're having a lot of trouble because people make a call and then it turns out to maybe not be the best call. And then we're standing here fighting for a point that's already taken, apparently. think we might be losing this one, but there's always hope. But why is that yellow player now spawn? What? What are you doing? Hello? Do you need help? Is he trying to prove something? What? Did he lose connection? I hope he isn't feeding, because that's not right. That was really weird. I probably didn't need to use my limit break there, but oops, I wanted to use Shikuchi. Random button, go! And there's that weird graphic glitch again. Yeah, we're certainly behind. There's some of the enemies that have Battle High 5 right now. Oh, we just got that? Okay, that's not good though, because that means we don't get to fight anything. We need Battle High. I need kills. How do you expect me to sustain on nothing? I can do with assists, but I seriously need some Battle High right now. Where? Oh, that's a pretty good idea, yeah. That's not a good idea. People fighting in the middle when there's nothing to fight over. No, that didn't work. Nah. Rallo says, do you like the new Beast Tribe? I do. It's very enjoyable. It's very nice. It's one of the first, it's probably the first Beast Tribe where I sometimes stop to read the dialogue from NPCs when you're taking the dailies themselves, because it's really funny. Like, really funny explanations of quests. Oh, I just barely got him. The Shadow Center says, okay, the Sam run kind of worked. Managed to get a rare instance of second and third place, stomping the current first place, and then you stole the win. Were you the third place? or the second place. Because sometimes that's just how it goes. Ronald says, have you ever married someone for the mount? I have the mount for being married, but incidentally I married someone that I was playing with all the time at that very moment, which meant that we were basically marrying for the, you know, the friendship marriage, you could say. And someone actually gifted me the platinum marriage. Like, they've just bought it and gave it to me. And my friend, because we talked about getting married as a joke, and then we did get married. I didn't need the mount because, like, you know, the mount itself, the main selling point of the marriage mount is that it is probably the easiest to acquire. If, like, technically speaking, the easiest to acquire two-seater mount in the game. Aside from, these days you can just buy an 8-seater mount, right? But I already had the Final Fantasy 15 car, so I didn't need another, like, multi-seater mount at the time. I didn't need it. So that was just like, oh yeah, I guess that's also something that you get for getting married. And Shadow Center says, we were swapping second and third place all match. Oh. 7-minute average wait time. You know what? I think this is also a pretty good time to unwind. Even though we ended on a really, really bad loss. So, for anyone that has not been to a stream like this before, or at least to the end, I normally finish a stream by talking about whatever that you guys want to talk about. If you want to talk about something specific, it can be advice for a job in game. It can be like something you're interested in. There's even been people suggesting something they would like to hear more about, and that has actually turned into videos. Anything you like. And Rallo says, have you ever met a GM in Final Fantasy yet? No, I have not met a GM in game. I have, however, had the unfortunate experience of having to report players. So you could say that I have technically had a discourse with a GM. However, the discourse is typically that they just tell you that they've got it covered. They'll do it. They will figure things out. And that is pretty much the extent of it. I haven't needed to have a extra deep conversation with a GM, fortunately. I haven't had any major issues with the game at any point. But I do believe that I've seen a lot of good that other people have shown off. So no. I did really enjoy playing Ninja in Frontline. We actually almost got 2 whole levels on the series. Both because we got a lot of matches through, and because we won a lot. Wins in Frontline tend to give about 50% more experience for the series level compared to losing, namely getting 3rd place. Because it just adds an extra 500, just like it adds an extra 500 wolf marks when you win. And Roller says, so what's the next class you're gonna do PvP with? No, I don't know. I have found that I really enjoy playing melee in Frontline. And I also think that from a showcase point of view, and while I am doing it primarily because I think it's fun and I want to, and I get the impression that you guys think it's fun to watch. It's also a little bit of a showcase to inspire other people to do Frontline, because if there's something that the PvP community really needs, it's a few extra eyes on Frontline, because a lot of people aren't trying it because they're scared of PvP, or they think that it's scary, they don't know what it is, and they have a hard time, you know, experiencing it without stepping inside, and stepping inside is what's scary. And I could imagine that people would see Frontline and go, oh, well, only ranged can do this. So to like put some sort of like flashlight on the fact that melee is just as capable, I would prefer to do Frontline as a melee. But if you have any preferences, what you would like to see me do Frontline with, I'm open for suggestions. I would probably try a different job every week, and so far we've done a little bit of Frontline as Paladin, and then we've done one evening of Frontline as Samurai, and one evening as Ninja. Now the question is what next week's Frontline is going to line up with the particular day of the week that I'm streaming PvP on. Last week, which was... that was specifically... see, that was also a Tuesday, wasn't it? Yes. That was Borderland Ruins. And then the week before that, on a Thursday, that was Onsal Hakair. So the question is, what 7 days later? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So next one is going to be Shatter. I know that there some like range is really strong, because you can just, you know, shoot at the objects from range. But I don't know. Could be any melee job. Could be warrior, gunbreaker. Maybe we should try gunbreaker. Gunbreaker just got some buffs actually, so maybe that would be an idea. And that's probably why we saw so many random gunbreakers in PvP, or maybe we just saw a couple and we saw them a lot. Is because they got some buffs. It's not like huge buffs. The main thing was that Aurora now heals for more over time, and Nebula does more counter damage. I think that was pretty much... yeah, and then the first part of the limit break now also reduces damage enemies do, in addition to increasing the damage they take. So it makes it the gunbreaker a lot more sturdy while doing their limit break. But I don't know. If there's not particularly any suggestions, I'll probably think of something throughout the week, and then I might match it with something that I feel works particularly well for Shatter. I could imagine Dragoon might, just based on the simple fact that typically Dragoon does a lot of damage, and they can do a lot of their damage at range, a little bit like Ninja. While tanks can't really do that, and Monk can't do that, and Reaper doesn't have much either. It's complicated. Now it doesn't sound like there's a lot of questions, but I tend to wait at least for 10 more minutes. Or well, on the other hand, I've also been going technically like a little bit overtime because I started earlier. Hey Pokeshack, welcome back. How did your roulettes go? We're just in the end part of the stream, as you know. So if there's anything you want to talk about, Rallo suggested or asked about what class I'm going to play next week. Oh well, it's going to be next week, but Doesn't sound like there's a lot of questions. Oh right, sorry Pokeshag, you said you were doing MSQ, that's correct. That's my bad. It's usually roulette, so I just mixed it up. But you finished 5.2, and I started to see all the variants of the last cinematic in which the characters of the role quest appear, depending on what you choose, since I did them all. Oh, you just went, you did one of them, and then you just went to the end to see what the alternatives are. Oh. That's interesting. When I did it, I just chose one and went with that. I never thought about the idea that you'd go back and watch all of them. I had also completed all of them by that point. But Shadowbringers was also, you know, I got all jobs to max level in Shadowbringers. So you finished 5. I actually thought you said you finished 5.2 at the start of the stream. But did you mean that you started on 5.2, or do you perhaps mean that you finished it and then you went and watched something? Like watched those things? Well, either way, if you just finished 5.2, then you have some good times ahead of you in 5.3. Some very good times. Pokeshak says 4 characters, 1 of each role, and the final for the quest for to do everyone. Yeah. Oh, you were doing that one? Or do you mean you have done that one? Oh, you finished it now? Okay. Yes. Sheila. Yeah, it's a very interesting story. Some stuff that it might be relevant for some parts of the raid tier of Shadowbringers, like in terms of what actually makes it make sense a little bit. So if you haven't done the Shadowbringers raids at all yet, Pokeshak, that's something to look forward to if you finished all of the role quests. It's not a huge thing, but there's a little reference to it, you could say. I think you'll enjoy that. You have not begun Eden yet. Okay. Well, given that the Eden storyline is well, if you start on the Eden storyline after you complete Shadowbringers, you will notice how certain parts of the Eden storyline assumes that you are on certain parts of the main quest, because people might be missing, or people might be busy, or people might be saying something about something that just happened and things like that. But staying on top of when exactly what is supposed to happen is pretty much impossible if you want to have like a somewhat linear story in any case. So don't worry too much about it. I think it will be an interesting Easter egg for you to be like, oh, so that means when we're doing this particular boss fight, we're here in the story. Pokejak says, and in the MSQ, Thancred and Reen constantly says that they're in the empty. Yeah, exactly. But as usual, the raid tier story is not required or particularly significant for the main story. It might be interesting and add something, but it's not required. you're not going to be missing it. You're not going to be missing it, but you might be... You might like to see it. That's probably the extent of it. Look at this fog. Very nice. That's something that Final Fantasy XIV also has done really well, is all the weather. You know, it's funny when sometimes I'm making a thumbnail and the weather is just wrong. Like, really not appreciating that it's raining right now. Pokejak says you ended the stream. Well, I'm at the end slate of the stream. Can you hear me, Pokejak? Is it because it cut out? Hello? Yeah, I finished up Frontlines for tonight. I just tried to queue in again a little bit ago, and it said that there was a 7-minute average wait time, and whether it was that or not, it gave me a little bit of a sign to say, look at the time. What would you like to say, Pokejak? So you want to say if I go to the end? I usually don't go that suddenly, of course. You would like to ask about the Reaper opener and rotation. Let me just check up on that really quickly to make sure that I'm saying the right thing. Let's see here. Right. So, of course, you want to get your soul tower up. And then one thing is that because Harp has a cast time and a travel time, you can cast Harp 2 seconds before combat starts. Like if you get a pull time or something like that, you can use it 2 seconds in advance, and you will not pull aggro because you'll take 1.3 seconds to cast, and then it'll take, you know, about half a second to reach your target. Especially if you're a little bit away from the target. You may find it helpful to use sprint before Harp if you're feeling you're not super sure about that 1 second to reach the boss. Beyond that, the opener is surprisingly straightforward. The weird thing is related to skill speed, actually. So, if... Let's see, Ingress without Harp proc. So the important thing is you want to cast Harp. So you don't want to use Ingress or Egress. You want to cast Harp, and then, sure, you can use Harp after that. But the important thing is in the start you want to use Soul Soul to get Harvest Moon up for something. And then when the pull time is just about to finish, you cast Harp. After that, the things are mostly straightforward, but there is one particular thing where it gets weird. If your GCD is below 2.47, so 247, so like if it's 246 or anything faster than that, then you want to late weave Arcane Circle after you Shadow of Death. And Shadow of Death will be the first GCD that you use. If your GCD is slower than that, so it's 247, 248, 249, then you will use you will do Shadow of Death, Soul Slice, Arcane Circle, so early weave, and then Gluttony. And then you'll do, you know, Gibbet and Gallows. You choose which order you do them because they do the same damage, you just have to alternate. And then you do Plentiful Harvest, Enshroud, and then you can predict where it's going from there. You do these, and finish with Communio. I'll show you, I'll demonstrate it, but the weird part about the opener, because this is the thing, the opener for Reaper is really straightforward. Like, I just checked the opener that other people recommend to make sure that I was right, but the opener that I just did, like, that I've done in private or a little bit on stream, I think, maybe, has been one that I've just, intuitively performed, and it's like 90%, 99% the same as the correct opener. Pokejak says, you mean Reaper plays like Black Mage with focus on speed? No. So, a lot of jobs in Final Fantasy XIV hate speed. Like, really hate it. So you want as little as possible. Like, that means that you're getting gear pieces that specifically does not have skill speed on it because you don't want it. In particular, Reaper wants so little skill speed that, if possible, you want every single armor piece and your weapon to have 0 skill speed. And then you put 1 skill speed materia in your weapon. Or something else where it fits. Like where you don't lose a potential crit materia. Because that will put you at 249. And the reason you want 249 and not 2.5 is a little bit more with like time and complexity. Let me see if I can find out where exactly that is. I believe it's because if you don't have 249, then you'll fall just slightly behind on resource generation in relation to like optimizing your rotation. So that means you don't want 2.5. If you're faster than 247, now that's going to be hard for me to demonstrate because I'm 249, but here's the thing. The reason why you want to late weave Arcane Circle after Shadow of Death if your GCD is really fast, or faster, is because if you don't, then you will do Shadow of Death, Arcane, so if you do Shadow of Death, Arcane Circle, Soul Slice, Gluttony, and these two, then because you do that, Plentiful Harvest will be ready in time, because the thing is, you can't use Plentiful Harvest for like 5 seconds, 6 seconds it seems, after casting Arcane Circle. So you need to make sure that it takes just a little longer than that time, so that you can do these two and then Plentiful Harvest. And you need to do that. And if your GCD is 246, then doing Shadow of Death, Soul Slice, Arcane Circle, Gluttony, and these two, and then Plentiful Harvest will not work. It will not work. You're like, of course you can do it, but you will clip your GCD because Plentiful Harvest will literally not be ready. It will just not be ready. I'm a little bit iffy on the fact that they claim that Arcane Circle, used where it says that they will use it, will work. But let me demonstrate the opener as it is for 249, because I have 249. So we have Harvest Moon ready. As the Pokejak says, but is it better the late weaving with the 249? No. So if you are at 246 or faster, then you do Shadow of Death, late weave Arcane Circle, Soul Slice, Gluttony whenever, these two, and then Plentiful Harvest, and then you go from there. If your GCD is slower than 246, so 247, 249, 240, something like that, then you do Shadow of Death, Soul Slice, Arcane Circle early weave, Gluttony in the late weave. You just, double weave Arcane Circle, Gluttony, these two, and then Plentiful Harvest. And it will work out because you're slower. Simply, that's that. So let's demonstrate. Fox says, no, I want to say, you say 249 is the point for the late weaving after the debuff button. No. Okay. So 46 or faster equals for 247 or slower equal like that. I hope that makes sense. I understand that can be a little complicated to follow in text. It's completely understandable. Does that make sense, Pokeshack? It's okay, Pokeshack. So basically, the reason why 249 comes up is because if you are slower, so 247 or slower, then you can do the quote-unquote good opener. It's not that it makes a big difference. It's just, then you can do the slow opener. If it's faster, you can do the fast opener. But if you are a job that dislikes skill speed or spell speed, then you would want to have as little skill speed or spell speed as you can. Like, for instance, red mages tend to want like 0 spell speed, like actually 0 if you can get away with it. Reaper's not quite there yet. They're at 249, it's just fine for them, right? Now, let's get to that demonstration. So, we have Harvest Moon prepared. So we do Harp, Shadow of Death, Soul Slice, Arcane Circle, Gluttony, 1, 2, and then Plentiful Harvest. And then it should be intuitive what you're supposed to do next. So let's demonstrate. Cast Harp, Shadow of Death, Soul Slice, Arcane Circle, Gluttony, and then we do the side one, and then the back one, and then Plentiful Harvest, Enshroud, 1, 2, and then we Soul Slice again, and then we get our 1. And that's it. That's the opener. I'm pretty sure that after the point where I used Plentiful Harvest, it was the thing that you would have done intuitively. Like, that's obviously what you would have done, is use Enshroud. There's no fancy tricks, no gimmicks. It's literally, that's what it is. And then you just play. The main trick you can do to optimize extra damage with Reaper is try to stockpile extra, like, what's it called, the Shroud Gauge. To stockpile for when there's raid buffs or something like that. If there's raid buffs, often you will go, a minute and a half with no raid buffs, but if you have like an Astrologian in your raid, they might give you a card. Who knows? But stockpiling it so that you can have, like 2 Enshrouds during raid cooldowns if you have something like a Summoner that has a 30-second buff window and things like that. Or timing it so that you get a Communio right as raid cooldowns pop, and then you get like a full Enshroud in addition to that. Things like that. There's a lot of optimization in that regard. And then, a very minor thing is when you use Shadow of Death. You don't want to use Shadow of Death during raid cooldowns if you can get away with it. You want to make sure that that buff lasts for the entirety of the raid buffs, so you don't use the weak attack during raid buffs. But at the same time, if the only thing you can do is your 1-2-3 combo, then that's typically the time you want to do the Shadow of Death. However, your 1-2-3 combo does more damage than Shadow of Death, so if you are in raid cooldowns, and the only thing you can do is the 1-2-3 combo, but your Death's design will last, then there's no reason to use Shadow of Death while raid cooldowns are still active. This is a lot of like super brainy hyper optimization that you don't need, Pokeshack. Like, you don't need it for 99% of the content that I imagine you'll be using Reaper for in the very near future, if not 100%. But some people find it really fun to try and optimize these things, regardless of whether they need to do it or not. Like, I really like to go, oh, so there's a raid buff up, now I'll use Enshroud instead of just using it whenever. Oops. I hope that you find that helpful, Pokeshack. And Pokeshack says, understandable, and in this moment, at level 71, without the Arcane Circle, I have 2.34 GCD. That's a lot of skill speed, like, a lot of skill speed. Well, when you get Arcane Circle at 72, that doesn't change anything. You can late weave Arcane Circle at level 72. The point where the skill speed in regards to your opener becomes crucially important is when you get Plentiful Harvest at level 88. The reason why your skill speed becomes that important at level 88 is because to be able to use Plentiful Harvest, you need to click Arcane Circle and then 6 seconds later use whatever attack it is that you want. Like, you have to make 6 seconds pass before you need to use Plentiful Harvest. And 6 seconds is a really, really strange time to match, right? So that means that if you early weave it with the Soul Slice when you have the slow GCD, then it'll take, you know, around a second and a half before you get to use Gibbet or Gallows. And then it takes 2.5 seconds, and then 2.5 seconds, and then you get to Plentiful Harvest. But it's so specific that it's not even a second and a half, because I guess Arcane Circle's buff applies, you know, after the animation lock. That means that you use Soul Slice, and then around a full second later, Arcane Circle is applied. And then you use Gibbet and Gallows, and because it's so specifically a full second, we're talking like microseconds that Plentiful Harvest is optimized around. Like, it's perfectly timed to work. But if you're fast, just use Arcane Circle after Shadow of Death. You can even, like, if you want to be super sure about the opener, you just do Shadow of Death, Arcane Circle. You just go Shadow of Death, Arcane Circle, Soul Slice, Gluttony, 1-2, Plentiful Harvest. That makes it be like 8 seconds. It makes it so that Plentiful Harvest was ready like ages ago when you're about to cast it. Makes it more reliable when you're still learning. But you asked what the opener is, so of course I will demonstrate to you what the cream of the crop of the openers are. Also, Setsu's here apparently. And that will be when I finish Endwalker, Pokeshack says. That will probably be. But remember to have fun with it. I feel that the Reaper rotation is extremely intuitive. Like, I'm pretty sure that aside from this weird arcane circle shenanigans with using it in an early weave, based on what you've learned from my guides previously, I'm almost certain that you would intuitively be like, okay, I have to late weave Arcane Circle because it's a damage buff. And then the weird part would be that, oh, well, some people recommend that you early weave it on a specific GCD and things like that. But if you just late weave it after Shadow of Death, that's where I would intuitively put it, is if I was going to make an opener just off the top of my head, I would just do Shadow of Death, Arcane Circle late weaved, and go from there. And that's perfectly fine. But apparently there's the tiny optimization of taking it after Soul Slice instead of before. And the reason why I want to also do that is because Arcane Circle is a 20-second raid cooldown. Most raid cooldowns last like 15. So that means you have 2 extra GCDs to work with before everyone else uses their raid cooldowns, if you want to be super specific. But there's no reason to go super early. Most jobs will use their raid cooldowns after their third GCD, not their first or second. So if you can use yours just after your second rather than just before your second, it'll last just a little bit more longer. And Skull says, I'm the cat boy. Yeah, well, we know. You've been on stream before. It's just been a while. Poketrick says, in this moment, I'm Flash for Reaper main. Do you want to main Reaper in Endwalker? That's totally understandable. Okay, you don't want to main a Reaper. Oh, you're faster than a Reaper at level 90, yeah. Extremely so, but now that you mention it, I do remember that the level 70 Poetics gear has like weirdly huge amounts of skill speed. That's true. Like comically large amounts of skill speed. I wonder why that is. But that's how it is. There's not much you can do about it, and having a lot of skill speed is not that bad. It's more that because of how Reaper works, it doesn't benefit much from skill speed. Like, Soul Slice doesn't charge faster, Gluttony doesn't charge faster, Arcane Circle doesn't charge faster, you don't get more plentiful harvests. Communio doesn't do more damage. The only thing you get out of having more skill speed is that you will be able to do more 1-2-3 combos, which is already, you know, a thing you don't want to do much. But doing more 1-2-3 combos then leads to doing more of these, which leads to doing more of these, which ultimately leads to doing more Enshrouds. But the amount of Enshrouds you get out of having a really high skill speed is so low that maybe you'll get one more over like a really long battle. If you want to level the Reaper to use in Endwalker, what you can do is if you do your daily leveling roulette as Reaper, that tends to give you a decent amount of experience. You can, when you're not working on your main quest, you can use my leveling guides tips to try and grind some levels. It shouldn't take that long. Depends on how much of a rush you're in to start Endwalker. And what advice can you give me live now about the Blunt Healer? The Sage, make sure to put Cardia up. Flemmer does good damage. If you want to optimize, make sure to use Flemmer so you don't sit on 2 charges. Use Flemmer when you have to move, or save them for when there's a raid cooldown up of some sort. But I would suggest when you're practicing, use it for movement if you can. When you unlock the heal over time component of Caracol, that will be tremendously helpful. Like, every time the tank is finished pulling and, you know, gets to a standstill, you just put Caracol up for the damage reduction and regen, and you're pretty much fine. You don't need much else. You can just start attacking. It is really powerful. And also, on that note, alternate Caracol and Taurocol. Do Caracol, then when the regen and shield runs out, Taurocol. You can combine that with Physis if you want to make sure it also has a heal over time effect. So that means you go Caracol, 15 seconds, Physis, Taurocol, 15 seconds, Caracol again. Back and forth, almost. And I do believe I say this particular trick in my guide too. And Pokeshik says, yeah, use your guide, but I have 1 order for leveling jobs, and now I have all the physical range at level 80 and want ninja to level 80. Get space in my inventory and sell it to sell the aiming and scouting equipment to the Grand Company. And that's fair. But I just want to make I would just say that don't get too focused on your systems, and I speak from experience. If you want to play Reaper in Endwalker, then it pretty much means that there might be a reasonable argument that you need to level that first so that you're not making your friend wait. Level the Reaper, then either level Ninja afterwards or push Dragoon ahead in the queue, because now you only need Dragoon to finish some of that equipment. But push Reaper forward in the queue if you want to play Reaper. Don't get too focused on your systems. Right? Now, if you end up having leveled your ninja instead, then that's fine. I'm just saying, for your own good, focus on doing what you find fun. Don't focus that much on your systems if you have a lot of systems, because I know that I can do that. But it's not that important to clear your inventory that much. I'm sure if you've been very on top of it with leveling jobs, it's not like your inventory is completely cluttered and can't fit an extra gear set. Now, I think that is a pretty decent place to say that we have finished a good stream of PvP in the Frontline with Ninja. Speaking of which, so thank you all very much for watching. I did see there was a lot of people passing through throughout the stream, but it seems most of them has moved on, gone to bed, done whatever they needed to do, gone to work. But I have done what I came to do, and that was doing some Frontline. Yeah. Good luck with your leveling, Pokeshak, and your inventory management. Wonder when Small Kai is going to have her inventory managed. And thank you for being there throughout the stream, Setsu. And on that note, good night, or good morning, or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. I'll see you guys very soon. Probably on Saturday, but I have a little bit of an extra surprise for you tomorrow. A little small thing. Good night.